to stay away from that, including everything else I have already instructed you on, which is that you're not allowed to do your own independent research, Google anything, nothing like that is allowed. Thank you so much for complying with that order. As I had explained to you during jury selection, violating the terms of my order could lead to some issues with this trial, right? The other thing that I want to make you aware of is that if you have trouble hearing or if there's something you can't see on the screen, please get my attention, get my bailiff's attention so that we can make sure that you can hear and see everything appropriately. All right, with that, the overview for today is we're going to read the indictment. Mr. Garcia will enter a plea. You will hear opening statements from both sides, and then we're going to start hearing the testimony. Very important order to you about the testimony. You are not to talk about anything that goes on in here when you go on a break. You cannot say, oh, did you see that photo or did you see that video? Did you notice that? No, that's deliberating. You don't get to deliberate before I give you the case. There's going to come a time when I give you the case to deliberate and I'm going to order you to go deliberate. So during the break, you can talk about anything else, just not this case, okay? With that, State, if you could please read the indictment. Defense, please stand.
In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Bexar County, state of Texas, duly organized and paneled and is sworn as such in the July term AD 2023 of the 227th Judicial District Court of said county, in said court, at said term, do present in and to said court that in the county and state aforesaid and interior to the presentment of this indictment. Paragraph A. On or about the 24th day of July 2021, Daniel Garcia, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, by striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of the defendant, striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the foot of the defendant, striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo against a hard surface, pushing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of the defendant, grabbing and throwing Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with the hand of the defendant, striking Dominic Aguilar Acevedo with an object unknown to the grand jury, and by manner and means unknown to the grand jury.
As to paragraph A, what is your plea? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Not guilty.
State, you may proceed.
Paragraph B. On or about the 24th day of July 2021, Daniel Garcia, hereinafter referred to as defendant, did intentionally and knowingly, by omission, cause serious bodily injury to Dominic Aguilar Acevedo, a child who was 14 years of age or younger, and the defendant had assumed care, custody, and control of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo by failing to seek adequate medical care for said child, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed foreman of the grand jury.
What is your plea to paragraph B? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
I will enter a plea of not guilty to paragraph A and B and make it part of the record. State, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Please, the court. Thank you so much. I know last Friday was a long day for you. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you all being here today for this case. And I'm going to apologize because over the next week or two, you're going to see and you're going to hear a lot of stuff that you're not going to like. This is probably going to be a hard case for you to hear evidence on. Because this case is about this man, Daniel Garcia, intentionally and knowingly inflicting serious bodily injury on a little boy, a 5-year-old little boy named Dominic Aguilar. You're also going to hear about another case, a case against a woman named Nicole Aguilar. Nicole Aguilar is Dominic's mother, and she was charged. You heard just now, we read 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph was about Daniel Garcia through an act causing serious bodily injury to Dominic. And the second paragraph was Daniel Garcia through an omission causing serious bodily injury to Dominic. Well, Nicole was charged with just the latter. She was charged with omitting her duties as Dominic's mother And as a result, while she stood by, while this man beat her son, she didn't call the police. She didn't call for medical assistance. She didn't take the child to the hospital. And in lieu of that, she has agreed to plead guilty to that charge, and she has agreed to take up to a 15-year sentence in prison for her role in the abuse that had happened to little Dominic. And you're going to hear from her probably today. And you're going to hear that she initially did not come forth and she was not straightforward with police when they investigated this. And you'll probably hear that her story has changed some. And then you're going to hear what she takes an oath and what she swears to you today. And it'll be up to you to decide what the truth is. You're going to find out that Nicole met Daniel in Florida in late 2020. That they started seeing each other and they sort of, they moved in at some point. You're going to hear that Nicole has 2 kids, Dominic and a younger child named Ivani. You're going to hear Daniel has 2 kids too. A little girl named Daniela, who is a year younger than Dominic, and a young son named Alexander, who's about the same age as Ivani. And you're going to hear about how Daniel shares custody with his 2 kids with a woman in San Antonio named Samantha Perez. So Samantha Perez is Daniela's mother and Alexander's mother. And you're going to hear about how Daniel and Nicole agreed to move to San Antonio so that Daniel could be closer to Samantha, so it would make sharing custody of their 2 kids easier. So they're going to get in the car and they're going to drive from Florida to San Antonio. And you're going to hear about them staying in a series of hotels here in San Antonio. And that's when Nicole's going to tell you Daniel began disciplining Dominic. He would strike him in the face and on his body with a closed fist. You're going to hear about how he would sometimes withhold food from Dominic. You're going to hear about how he would put Dominic in the corner or put him in the bathroom. They're going to stay at a series of 3 hotels. In the last hotel they stay at, police are able to find some surveillance footage. And you'll see this sort of Brady Bunch-like family go in and out of the hotel. You're going to notice one kid's different. Dominic's almost always wearing a mask over his face, even though most of the time none of the other family is. You'll see the video and you'll see them going in and out. You won't see any video of inside the hotel room. The only people who you're going to hear about from inside the hotel room are Nicole, and we hope you'll hear from Daniela. She was 4 years old at the time this happened, and now she's 7. You're going to hear that she initially didn't come forward with what she saw. You're also going to hear that she's recanted some of the things she said. This is Daniel's daughter who we're talking about. And I don't know she's a 7-year-old kid. I don't know ultimately what she's going to say. But what I think she's probably going to say is that Daniel was the one who was doing the beating. And then in her mind, in her 7-year mind, in her 7-year-old eyes, she didn't see Nicole do anything wrong. Of course, she's not going to understand something like a legal duty and a legal omission that can get you in trouble as a parent. But we hope you'll hear from her. You won't hear from the 2 younger children because they're too young to be witnesses. And you won't hear from Dominic. He will not be here. And that's because sometime around the evening of the 24th of July 2001 into the early morning of the 25th of July 2001, Dominic takes his last walk down the stairs of that hotel. And soon after, you're going to see the defendant carry Dominic back upstairs. And you're going to hear how Dominic threw up out in the parking lot and how he was taken back upstairs. He was washed off in the shower. They looked at him. He was not conscious. He wasn't coming back to consciousness. You're going to hear about him being in the bathroom. And then sometime the next day, they're going to take Dominic's body and they're going to put it in their car and they're going to leave Texas and drive to Colorado. somewhere outside the Denver area in the Rocky Mountains, Berthoud Pass on US 40. And they're somewhere up on the mountain pass in a wooded area. They're going to take Dominic's body and push it down up the slope of the mountain into some bushes and trees. Because they know they can't take Dominic to medical care, because it will be apparent what has been happening to him. And from there, Nicole and Daniel are going to get back in their car with Ivani. They've already dropped off Daniela and Alexander with their mother Samantha in San Antonio. And they're going to drive back to Texas, and they're going to cross the border into Mexico. You'll hear that Daniel has a passport, but Nicole doesn't, so Nicole has to smuggle herself over the border. Daniel crosses legally. You're going to hear they go through Mexico, and then they get to Guatemala. Daniel has a passport, Daniel crosses, Nicole has to go through illegal means. And then Honduras, and finally they're going to get to Costa Rica. And you're going to hear Nicole Aguilar was born in Costa Rica. That's where her father still lives today. And they're going to show up in Costa Rica in Daniel's car with his Florida license plate, with Ivani. And when they get to the family in Costa Rica, something's missing. And they start asking questions. Where's Dominic? Where's Dominic? And they start asking a lot of questions. And Daniel starts getting nervous. And at that point, Daniel flees again. And Nicole, a lot of questions are being asked by the State Department down there, and an FBI agent stationed down there in the embassy. And finally, Nicole, well, she doesn't come completely clean, but she does agree to fly to the United States and go to Denver with FBI agents and a San Antonio police detective. And she takes them up to the mountain pass, and there they find Dominic's body. Now, at this point, this is a month later, where they find the body. And the body is beginning to decay. It's partially mummified, partially skeletonized. There's a lot of fly larvae that it's found with. And the FBI evidence recovery team, they take Dominic's remains, they sandwich it between two boards to try to get it up what is a kind of a technical mountain slope to climb back up. It's got a 45-degree angle, I believe. And they're going to take his body and they're going to send it off to the FBI, an FBI forensic anthropologist, because a regular medical examiner or pathologist is unable to determine what the cause of death was due to the advanced state of decay. That's basically saying that a regular autopsy cannot be done on Dominic. But that's not to say that the body doesn't speak at all. Because what the forensic anthropologist does is she takes Dominic's bones and she organizes them out, removes the bits of decaying flesh, and she looks at his bones. And she's going to find several fractures. Now, she's not going to be able to tell you exactly when the fractures occurred, but she will say that they are in various stages of healing. So that means that they occurred days to weeks prior to death, because they show signs that his body was trying to heal from the beatings he was taking. She will tell you that there was no evidence of what she will call perimortem fractures. Those are fractures inflicted at the time of death. The medical examiners will not be able to tell you exactly why Dominic died, per their training. But once you've heard all the evidence, we believe it'll be clear. We have paragraph A and paragraph B. It's going to be one of two. Either he died because Daniel Garcia beat him hard to the point where his body could not take it anymore. And while he was beating him, and while Dominic was beginning to suffer, Daniel Garcia, who had assumed care, custody, of control of Dominic, because he's living with him, he's disciplining him, he's making decisions about when he can and can't eat, where he sleeps, that he had a legal obligation to get Dominic to medical treatment, and that he intentionally, knowingly failed to do that obligation. knowing that Dominic would suffer serious bodily injury because of it. And we will ask you to find that man guilty of first-degree injury to a child. Thank you.
Defense, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you go first?
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This case is about actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. Throughout this trial, Nicole Aguilar's actions will speak louder than words. You're going to hear evidence, specifically messages between Nicole and Daniel in August of 2021, a month after this alleged incident that the state of Texas is claiming that Daniel committed. These are messages that Nicole is sending Daniel in August of 2021. She says, "I love you. I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough to get smothered with it. I love you. I love you. I know I've said it a lot, but I can't say it enough to get smothered with it. I love you." This message is coming from a woman who the state of Texas is alleging hurt her son. When they asked me about you, I said that you're a great man and father and that you care. When they asked me about you, I said that you're a great man and father and that you care. Messages to a man who she would believe that hurt her son? No way would she be sending those kind of messages to a man that she believed would hurt her son. "I love you, baby, my love. I love you, baby, my love." August 20 of 21. This supposed incident happened July of 2021. "I value what we have too, baby. I value what we have too, baby. I love you too. I love you too." She's not mad. She's not angry at Daniel. "I love you too. Good night, baby, sweet dreams. Good night, baby, sweet dreams." She's not upset at him. She's not angry at him for hurting her son. "I feel bad because you're not with me. I blame myself for that. I blame myself for that. I don't want you to leave me. I fucked up as a parent and I failed both of my children. I fucked up as a parent and I failed both of my children." She failed both of her children. She failed both of her children. She doesn't blame Daniel. She blames herself. These dates are August of 2021. Actions speak louder than words when it comes to Nicole. You're also going to hear testimony about Nicole's bad history as Dominic's parents. Since the day Dominic was born, Nicole consecutively canceled 6 doctor's appointments for Dominic. Even if he needed care with the doctor, Nicole constantly canceled doctor's appointments. She was in a relationship with DJ, and that was a very violent relationship. And that violent relationship carried over with the kids. The violence was in front of the kids. You'll hear testimony about that. You'll also hear testimony when she was living in Florida the Florida Department of Children and Family Services was notified because they found Dominic outside alone at the apartment complex where she was living in 2018. You'll also hear testimony that Nicole constantly smoked marijuana in front of her kids. Again, you will hear testimony from the Florida Department of Children and Family Services that they were notified because Dominic got a hold of a vape pen and smoked it in 2018. That same incident, the caseworker from Florida Department of Family and Children's Services made a notation that Nicole was always screaming at her children. You'll hear testimony that Dominic had open sores in his genitalia, in his groin, in his buttocks in 2019. Avani is Nicole's younger daughter. You'll hear testimony that Avani had continuous diaper rashes. She had lesions on her back, on her right leg, and she had continuous staph infections. You'll also hear testimony that both kids had continuous staph infections consecutively for 3 months in 2019. You'll also hear testimony that Dominic was potty trained, but for some reason in 2019 he regressed. You'll hear that Nicole was concerned about Dominic screaming, his temper tantrums, and how he was beginning to hurt others in 2019. Because of that, Nicole decided that he needed some type of mental health screening. So she sent him to get a mental health clinician screening in 2019. Around that time, you'll hear that Nicole seems to appear to be a bit overwhelmed. She starts getting overwhelmed with her finances, with the kids, with Dominic's issues. At school, the teachers are also concerned about Dominic's with his language development or the lack of his language development. It appears to be that he's in the second percentile with his language development in 2020. As a result, they refer him to get tested. He gets tested, and Dominic is diagnosed with severe receptive expressive language disorder. They recommend Nicole to take Daniel to language therapy twice a week. And it looks like in the hotel room in July of 2021, it comes to a blow. At the hotel room, Nicole is frustrated, she's angry. You'll hear testimony where she spanks Dominic so many times, so hard that her hand hurt and she just feels anger all over. You'll hear testimony about another incident of Nicole's anger issues. You'll hear about a conversation that she's having with her mother, Surly. Surly appears to be allowing DJ see Avani. DJ is Nicole's ex-husband, and Avani is her daughter. And she's not liking the idea that DJ is having access to Avani. And so I quote you. She tells Surly, like, fuck, bro, she's a fucking baby. You want to fucking go murder somebody? Go do it. Fuck her dad up. She doesn't want Surly to allow DJ to see Avani. Her mom tries to calm her down. She tells her, Surly tells Nicole to not fight anymore in jail and to try to control herself a little more. Nicole's anger issues, perfect example of who the real Nicole Aguilar is. Actions speak louder than words. You'll also hear from Daniela. The state of Texas mentioned that Daniela is going to come in and testify. She is Daniel Garcia's daughter. She was 4 years old at the time this incident occurred. What you will hear from Daniela, you will hear from Daniela that on April 10th of 2024, Daniela tells the assistant district attorney that she lied about seeing Daniel throw Dominic on the floor. On April 10th of 24, Daniela tells the assistant district attorney that she lied about kneeing Dominic on the bed. You will hear testimony that Daniela, on May 17th of 24, Daniela now says she does not remember how Daniel hurt Dominic. You will hear testimony that Daniela's memory is unreliable, it's vulnerable to suggestibility, and she's a victim of being coached. At the time, Daniela was only 4 years old. Time has lapsed. She is now 7 years old. Actions speak louder than words. On March 16th of 20, you will hear testimony that Daniela states she misses her dad when he's gone. On August 23rd of 21, they asked Daniela, who are her safe people? And she says, my mom, my dad, and my cousin. In the year 21, Daniela says she's worried about not seeing her dad again. Daniela says she wants to call her Grammy to know if her dad is okay. When they asked Daniela what happens if she breaks the rules, she gets put in timeout by mom and dad if she breaks the rules. That happened on September 3rd of 2021 when they asked her that question. They asked her, when you're at your dad's house, who hits you? Her response was, the only person that hits me is my brother. August 23 of 21. You'll hear testimony that Daniela has a problem with excessive lying, September 8th of 21. You'll hear testimony that Daniela has no reports, no negative reports at school. She has no behavioral problems from the years of 2021 through 2024. Most importantly, on April 10th of 24, she recanted. She lied. She came to the DA's office. She told the ADA she did not see Daniel hit Dominic. On May 17th, 24, last week, she said that when she was at the hotel, her and Dominic were playing tag and they were running up and down the stairs playing tag. Last week, May 17th, she also said when they were at the hotel, they were playing on the water park and they were eating pizza with Dominic. You'll hear all of that information, testimony about Daniela's words. Nicole turns on Daniel to get a 15-year deal. Nicole Aguilar will do anything to save her own skin. She has lied to get the deal she wants. She has to do anything to save herself. Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. On April 25th, 24, you will hear her testimony. You will hear Nicole Aguilar. While she was conferring with the ADA to secure her 15-year deal, to secure that 15-year deal, Nicole said to the prosecutor, she said the prosecutor was frustrated because of her answers, and the ADA thought Nicole was lying. She tried lying and she fixed the answers. Actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, throughout this trial, watch and listen to Nicole Aguilar. Watch and listen to Nicole Aguilar's actions. Watch and listen to Nicole Aguilar's words. You will be the judge of Nicole Aguilar. You will understand that her actions speak louder than her words. At the end of the trial, we will ask you to render a verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
State, call your first witness.
State calls Danielle Maldonado.
Your Honor, can we fix the,
Yes.
Ms. Roach?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, close to the mic if you can, make sure you adjust it to.
Okay.
The witness has been sworn. State, you may proceed.
Marta Daniel Maldonado.
Good morning. Could you state your name for the record?
Marta Daniel Maldonado.
And
I'm going to ask that you lean into the microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
how were you employed in July of 2021?
I was the general manager at Wood Spring Suites,
And which location were you at?
off of 35 between Zimmerman and Eisenhower.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You show the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. State's Exhibit 2. And State's Exhibit 3. And State's Exhibit 4. If you could look at the contents of State's Exhibit 1.
This is the folio.
Do you recognize what, could you be a little more specific as to what it is?
Yes, this is the receipt, the folio receipt of the guests when they check into the hotel. It breaks down the charges, the payments, pet fees, so forth and so on.
And is that a regular business record of the hotel?
It is.
And what are the dates on that hotel stay?
That arrival date is July 2021, departure date July 29, 2021.
Okay, and who is the individual who booked the room?
Daniel Garcia.
Okay, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2. What does State's Exhibit 2 look like to you?
This is the location of the hotel.
Okay, and that's is that a map of San Antonio?
It is.
Okay, does that fairly and accurately let someone know where this hotel is in the city?
It is.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize that?
This is a hotel itself.
Okay. And does that
Sure.
fairly and accurately, does that look like the hotel as it would appear from the side of the road?
Yes, it is.
Now, what states Exhibit 4?
This was a signed statement of going through the video footage from an FBI agent.
Okay, now, I'll take those back.
Sure.
So let's talk about that. Do you recall when the FBI agent came to speak with you?
Yes.
And what was it he was inquiring about?
He didn't say right away. He said he needed to go through, if we gave him permission to go through the video, he didn't tell me what he needed to look at until
And you
Days later.
granted him permission?
I did.
Okay.
I got permission from the ownership first.
And the hotel has, like when you talk about video, what kind of video are we talking about?
Surveillance cameras, just to, they're to kind of just make sure that, everything is kind of in order at night when staff is not there and so forth.
So generally speaking, you have the surveillance cameras for like security.
Security.
So do you look at it from time to time when you were employed there? Would you look at the footage just to check, hey, who's there on that one particular time of night, or who came in the building on this day?
We would look at it when something wasn't in place. For example, if a guest claimed that they had requested linen, and the employee said, well, yes, we delivered linen, just, to verify hours, we would go back and check. If the resident said no, the guest said, no, we never got linen, and we'd go and run cameras and see if linen was delivered to that particular room or the employee was on property.
So based on using that security system, would you say that it fairly and accurately recorded the parts of the building where the camera was pointed at?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, the state would move into evidence states exhibits 1, 2, 3, and 4.
We've shown them to,
Yes.
any objections to states 1, 2, 3, and 4?
No objections, Your Honor.
States 1 through 4 are admitted. Are you going to publish them?
Do you remember the name of the individual who came in and copied the video?
Not off the top of my
Did
head.
you see him this
I
morning?
did see him this
Okay,
morning.
that's all.
Dustin, I believe. I think it's Dustin.
We'll pass the witness, Judge.
Defense?
We have no questions, Judge.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
I think you have any step down. Call your next witness.
State called Dustin McCarthy to the stand.
Just adjust your chair as close as you can. You can adjust the mic to your mouth and speak loud clearly into it.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Dustin McCarley, DUSTIN MCCARLEY.
And what do you do for a living?
I work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you worked for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or the FBI, as a digital forensic examiner?
Approximately 10 years.
And could you explain to the jury what your roles and duties are as a forensic examiner with the FBI?
So My job is to capture digital evidence and preserve it and make sure that it stays true and unedited.
And could you explain to the jury what CART is?
That is the Computer Analysis Response Team, and that is the team that I'm the team leader of.
And how long have you been the team leader of CART?
For approximately 2 years. I have 8 examiners total that fall into my team.
And in your experience with the Federal
Thank you.
Bureau of Investigation as the lead of CART, have you been tasked with, as part of your duties, responding to scenes of mass shootings?
I have.
And what was your role with those?
On the role for mass shootings or critical incident, it is to see what digital data is present, whether that is a cell phone, camera, footage, anything that deals with evidence in a digital format. So in mass shootings, a lot of the time it's the video that...
Object to the relevance of mass shootings.
What is irrelevant?
Going back to his training experience, Judge.
That's the same, move on.
So, were you tasked with going to a Homewood Suites in San Antonio on about August of 2021?
I was.
And when you were called out to there, what was your role?
It was to get a time window, specific time window of video evidence that was from the surveillance cameras.
And did you do that?
I did.
And could you explain to the jury how you did that?
So I interfaced with the manager, identified myself as FBI, stated that we were looking to retrieve some video data from an incident that occurred, received consent from that individual, as we did not have a search warrant, so we're asking for consent, and then go to where the media resides. So if it's a DVR player or something where the hard drive's at, connect to it, look at the dates and times, and extract that data.
And were you able to extract the data from this location?
I was.
And could you explain to the jury what a hash value is?
So a hash value, when there's a file, we run what's called an MD5 hash. It's in the forensic examiner, digital forensic examiner world, it's the authenticity of that file. So if there's a file and its original form, it will be given this mathematical algorithm, right? Ones and numbers, letters, and it's kind of like its serial number. And then if that's changed at all, in any way, shape, or form, it's a pixel is changed in there, it will completely change that mathematical algorithm. And that's some way to show that this file and this file, though they may look the same, are not. It's not true and authentic.
And were you able to analyze the surveillance that you pulled from this location in San Antonio, Texas, the Homewood Suites, that it was a true and correct copy that had not been tampered with or altered with in any way?
The extraction that I pulled was the original copy, which I created an MD5 hash list for, so that was the true copy.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
And may I have the evidence that was admitted, Judge? Showing you what's already been admitted, what is State's Exhibit 4?
This is a consent to search. As I stated, we did not have a search warrant, so asked for a consent to obtain that video footage.
Okay, and you were the one who obtained that footage?
Yes, this is me.
And then I am showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5. It's actually a flash drive. Have you had an opportunity to review a flash drive that contained the extraction?
Yes.
And was it a true and correct copy of the extraction that you performed
Yes.
at the location of 6922 Interstate Highway 35, the Homewood Suites?
Yes.
And then from that, did you have an opportunity to view what's marked as State's Exhibit 6?
Yes.
And what's State's Exhibit 6?
State's Exhibit 6 is all the video that was collected, and they put together items, reference known points and times to bring it all together. There was a lot of data, and they focused on specific data and provided it to me to view.
And could you explain on State's Exhibit 5, that's the entire surveillance footage?
Correct.
And could you explain how, I guess, it saves or stores the footage? Is it through motion sensor?
So the video camera that we have, there's all different types of camera recording systems and how they record and what they do. In this, the DVR player that I approached here, it looked like all the video was captured. I captured the entire several days of a time window, and the video would be visible when motion was there, and when there was no motion, it was still recording, so we could still see what was going on. But if somebody came into frame, it would kind of like, it was in the background and then it would come out into view a little bit better. It was kind of like gray, and then it's, hey, somebody's here, and it showed up. But this is the entire video.
Okay, so just for clarification, State's Exhibit 5 is the entire video, and State's Exhibit 6 is a condensed version of that video.
Correct.
State moves to offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5 and State's Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection.
State 5 and 6 are admitted.
For clarification.
No objection.
State 5 and 6 are admitted.
So, permission to publish, Judge?
Which exhibit?
State's Exhibit 5.
Okay. The full version?
It's just so that in case the jury wants, when at some point late in the future, that they want to know how to manipulate the video, I was going to have the witness go through the instructions of it.
Yes, thank you.
Permission to publish?
Go ahead.
So in the computer, we have State's Exhibit 5. And so we see some items here. There's multiple folders, and then there's some text documents. What are those text documents?
Those contain the MD5 hash value, so if you open it up, it'll show the mathematical algorithm, the serial number of those individual files.
So I opened up one of them, and that's kind of what it shows us.
Right, correct.
And then so we'll focus on export 8/20/21. What is that? Why is it titled that?
That's the date that I went to the establishment and did the extraction.
Okay. And so when I click into there, we see that there's a player. Do I click on that player?
Yes, so there's different types of files that you have there. Some of them, that makes it real pixelated and all that stuff. This is the player that came off of the DVR, and it's going to be the best quality that you can possibly get. It's the proprietary software that comes off of that system.
And so then when I click on that player, and so we see it's up on the screen right now. We have here camera 10. It's got a date and a timestamp. What does that tell us?
This is a preview of July 20th, 2021 at 4:44 a.m.
And then down here we see some red. What does that red tell us?
So the red is when you can see the motion.
It's kind of hard to see from your angle, but down at the right corner, there's a plus minus sign, and it's got 2 weeks under it. What does that indicate?
That's allowing the software for you to focus in on an hour or a day, or so we have a lot of time here. As he manipulates that bottom toggle, we'll be able to focus in more. You can see, I'm sorry, go out.
Oh. So if I went here.
So right there, you see that there's July 18th, July 19th, July 24th. And so those are the days. So as he's zooming in, it'll allow us to focus in on a very specific date and time range.
And so if I hit this minus, instead of 2 weeks, it goes down 1 week, 4 days, 2 days, all the way down to a series of hours.
Right, so now you see that big red grouping that's there, that's the span of several days. and now he's able to focus in. You can see how it's grayed out, like I was trying to explain. That's saying that there's no motion. It's not picking up on that. And when he selects on a red, will you stop on one that's red?
Oscar, do you want the witness to step down and show the jury?
Sounds good.
Grab this bus. So we have an 8-hour window here. You can select it to a 4. You can go to the date and time range that's of interest, hit play. That will play it. Let's skip to this one to play it. So it's showing that somebody came into view. Now, in the gray, it's still recording. There is no loss of recording here. And you can actually go to the next segments or whatever it is. But this allows you to go to the very specific date and time compared to what's here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
May we approach, Judge?
Yes.
The defense? And may I approach the witness? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 7. Have you seen this document before?
I have.
And what is it?
This was an isolation of relevant dates and times where people were seen on the video camera.
Okay. And then did you have an opportunity at the District Attorney's Office to verify some of those times that were on State's Exhibit 7?
I did.
And would this aid and assist the jury in locating portions of the video where there's actual motion?
Yes, that's several days.
And when we say several days, it's obviously a lot of data to sift through without an appropriate guide.
It's a yes.
State moves to State pass.
No question, John.
Okay, can he be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, agents.
Thank you.
I want to do at least 30 more minutes of testimony on your next witness.
Any questions?
Yes.
State calls Nicole Aguilar to the stand.
The witness has been sworn, you may proceed.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury? Please spell your first and last name for the court.
My name is Nicole Aguilar. It's spelled Nicole, last name Aguilar.
Where are you from?
I'm from Costa Rica, Alajuela.
When did you come to the United States?
When I was about 4 years old, I moved with my family to Florida.
What's your mom's name?
My mother's name is Cirly Acevedo. Do you want me to spell it?
Where does she live?
She lives in in Boca Raton, Florida.
Do you have kids?
Yes, I do.
How many do you have?
I have 3.
What are their names?
Dominic Patrick Aguilar, Avani Marie Aguilar, Abigail Maria Aguilar.
You're currently in a red jumpsuit
Yes, I am.
and you have handcuffs on?
Yes, I do.
Why is that?
Because since August 28th of 2021, I have been incarcerated.
Have you pled recently?
Yes, I pled guilty to injury to a child by omission.
And is there an agreement in place?
The agreement is that I testify truthfully about what happened, and I will get a sentence between 5 to 15 years.
What's your date of birth?
August 8th, 1996.
And so we talked about that you have, or had Dominic,
Yes,
Avani,
yes.
and what was Dominic's date of birth?
Dominic's date of birth is December 4th, 2015.
And Avani?
Avani's is September 22nd, 2017.
Who was Dominic's father?
Jeremy Jarvis,
And Avani?
David John Ingweiler.
And do you refer to David as DJ?
Yes, I do.
And after Avani was born, who did you live with?
I lived with my mom and my stepdad and my 2 siblings.
And was DJ in your life?
In and out, yes.
Was DJ on Dominic's birth certificate,
Yes, he was.
even though he wasn't the biological father?
That is correct.
I'm going to show you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 8, State's Exhibit 9. This is State's Exhibit 8 and State's Exhibit 9. What's State's Exhibit 8?
This one?
Yes.
That's me and Dominic and Avani at Disney.
When was that picture taken?
June 5th,
Of what year?
2021.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of yourself, Avani, and Dominic Aguilar?
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. What is that?
That's Dominic smiling.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Dominic?
Yes.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8 and State's Exhibit 9. There.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 8 and 9 are admitted.
First public.
Go ahead.
Yeah, change it. There. Thank you. Oh. So, do you know a person by the name of Daniel Garcia?
Yes, I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify him by an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a blue button-down, sitting next to over there.
Does the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant in the courtroom?
The record will so reflect.
When did you first meet Daniel?
I met him.
Yes.
So when did you first meet Daniel?
I met him on around October, mid-October, online through a Facebook dating app.
Okay. Did you guys begin to hang out?
Yes, we met up on the 16th of October, and then after that, we continued to meet up and hang out.
Did you learn that Daniel had kids himself?
Yes, I did.
And did you know the names of those kids?
Yes, I did.
And what were those names?
Daniela and Alexander.
When did you first meet Daniela and Alexander?
Sometime after February
Of what year?
of 2021.
Okay. And what about your children? When did Daniel first meet them?
Shortly after I met his children.
At around January of 2021, did you take a trip to Colorado with some friends?
Yes, I did.
What did you do over there?
We hung out. I saw them skiing and sightseeing.
Did you talk to your kids while you were there?
Yes, I did.
Who'd you talk to?
I talked to the both of them through FaceTime.
And then when you got back, did you and Daniel start hanging out more?
Yes, we did.
And then were there times that all the kids would hang out together?
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury where they would hang out at?
There's a park 5 minutes from the apartment complex where my mother lives, so we would take them to the park. There's a pool at the apartment complex, so we would do pool days as well. And there's a nice big patch of grass right outside the stairs where I live, so sometimes they would just not sit, but play around in the grass.
Did you, would y'all go camping or on picnics?
We went camping once, yes.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember the day.
Do you remember if that was in 2021?
Yes, it was.
And who went on that camping trip?
It was me, Daniel, and the 4 kids.
Which would be who?
Dominic, Ivani, Daniela, and Alexander.
So could you explain to the jury, in April of 2021, was there a time that yourself and all the kids were with Daniel at a pool?
Yes.
And did Dominic do anything to Daniela?
He spit water at her, and I took him out of the pool and had him sit with me afterwards.
And that time in April, did you then yourself, Dominic, go and stay with Daniel?
Yes.
And where did you stay at?
We stayed at his mother's house for a week.
How long did you stay there?
For a week.
Was that overnight?
Yes.
And at the time, were you working?
Yes, I was.
Where did you work at?
I worked at California Pizza Kitchen in Boca Raton.
Were there times, again, this is during COVID, was Dominic in school?
No, he was not.
So while you were at work and you were staying at Daniel's place, where did Dominic stay?
He stayed at Daniel's
With who?
with Daniel and Alexander and Daniela.
And what about Ivani?
Ivani was at my house. She stayed with my mom and my stepdad.
And then, so after work, would you arrive at Daniel's mother's house and stay there the night?
Yeah, after work, Daniel would pick me up and we would head back to his house.
May I approach this?
Go ahead.
May I approach the court
Yes.
with counsel? During your relationship with the defendant, Daniel Garcia, was there, especially early on, was there a discussion about a philosophy regarding discipline of children?
No, he disciplined his children and I disciplined mine. It wasn't until sometime after the kids got introduced that he would state that I wasn't disciplining them efficiently.
And did he, in April of 2021, after the pool incident, did he physically discipline Dominic?
Yes.
In what way?
He spanked him in his butt.
How?
He wasn't just like that, like really hard, to the point where Dominic had bruises.
Did it then progress in April of 21 to other types of physical contact?
No, it wasn't after we got here to San Antonio.
So, do you know who the mother of Daniela and Alexander is?
I know of her, yes.
Okay. What's her name?
Samantha
Samantha what?
Perez.
Okay. And At the time that you were in a relationship with the defendant, Daniel Garcia, in April of 21, where did Daniela and Alexander and Samantha live?
To my knowledge, in San Antonio.
Object to hearsay and lack of personal knowledge.
Does the person ask if she knows where they live?
Do you know where they lived?
Yes, in San Antonio.
Okay.
Overruled.
During that time in April, was there a discussion between yourself and the defendant about moving to San Antonio, moving to Texas?
Yes.
And what was that about?
He was going through a custody battle with Samantha, and he told
Judge, may we approach you?
Yes.
Was there a plan to move to San Antonio?
yes.
And when did you first learn about the defendant's plan to move to San Antonio?
Maybe around May.
Okay. And around that time in May of 2021, was it communicated to you that you should move with him?
Yes.
And when that was communicated to you, who else was going to move with you?
Dominic and Ivani.
Okay. And what was the plan as far as residing together? As far as bills or things like that?
That we would split the bills. We would find a place that was big enough for all of us, including me, Daniel, and Dominic, Ivani, Daniela, and Alexander. We would find a place big enough and split the bills, and that's it.
And so in late June to early July of 2021, did you, the defendant, Ivani, and Dominic make the trip to San Antonio?
Yes.
And at that time that you made that trip, was the intent to move and reside in San Antonio?
Yes.
So when you came to San Antonio, the four of you, where did you first stay?
At hotels.
And when you stayed at these hotels, would Samantha's children, Daniel's children also, Alexander and Daniela, would they come over?
Yes.
How often?
I don't know exactly.
Would they stay the night?
Yes, they would.
And so how many different hotels did you stay at while you were with the defendant in San Antonio?
About 3.
So let's talk about the first hotel. Well, before we get to the first hotel, did Daniel start, when you came to Texas, did his disciplining or his physical discipline of Dominic begin to escalate?
Yes.
And what types of things would Dominic do that would then make the defendant physically disciplined?
He wouldn't answer right away, keep quiet, not eat his food fast enough. One time he pooped himself.
And so let's talk about the first hotel. What type of punishment at that first hotel would Daniel do to Dominic?
Make him take really cold showers and spank him and punch him in the butt,
Describe to me punching in the butt.
like closed fist in the butt, just like that.
How many times?
I don't know the specific number.
Was that in front of you?
Yes.
And so what about Dominic? Would he cry or would he yell? Would he scream?
He would make noises, like muffled sounds because
Why was his sound muffled?
Daniel had him on the bed facing down, and so it would sound muffled. It would come out muffled.
So the jury can understand Daniel would put his hand on Dominic's head to force his head down into the bed.
On his head or on his shoulder, like his back,
And then with the other hand, what was he doing?
he would punch him.
What about grabbing Dominic? How would he grab Dominic?
He would grab Dominic by the shoulders and shake him hard.
And was that just at random, or was that for physical discipline? What was he doing that? When was he doing that?
He was doing it during the times that he was physically disciplining him.
So then you go to a second hotel.
Yes.
Before you begin on the second hotel, let's go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, remember all the instructions that I gave you. You're not allowed to talk about any of the testimony, don't deliberate. The remainder of the same instructions, not allowed to do any independent research or go on the live stream or nothing like that. Thank you for following my orders. I appreciate that. We're going to break for lunch, be back at 1:30.
All right, for the jury.
before we go back into the hotels, when you made the decision to move down to Texas, how old were you?
I was 24.
And at that time, did you want to be out on your own?
Yes, I did.
And what were your thoughts about if you had to move back home?
I dreaded moving back home. I was having issues with family, so I didn't want to go back home.
So we discussed the hotel number 1, and that was here in Bexar County, Texas?
Yes,
San Antonio?
yes.
And so, one of the things that you talked about was that if Dominic didn't eat fast enough, what would happen?
He would get in trouble.
And you briefly mentioned about cold shower? What was
Yes, that was one of the disciplines that he would use was Dominic did not like cold showers, so he would use cold showers as a discipline.
And when you say he, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Daniel Garcia.
And how would Daniel Garcia get Dominic into the shower?
He would get him down to his boxers and stick him in the shower and turn on the water.
Would Daniel Garcia then ask Dominic to say something in response?
He would wait a little bit and then pull him out or turn off the water and ask him the question. And if he didn't give the answer that he wanted, then he would do it again.
What question would he ask him?
I don't remember.
So we go to the second hotel. Did things escalate at the second hotel?
Yes, they did.
What happened at the second hotel?
It was the same of the first hotel. He wasn't answering fast enough or eating fast enough, and I don't remember exactly what happened, but at some point Daniel hit him in the jaw.
What do you mean hit him in the jaw?
He punched him in the jaw like you sucker punch somebody, close fist, like that.
Did you hear it?
It was so fast, I saw it, I didn't hear it.
Did you say anything to Daniel?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I got mad at him. I got into his face. I told him, what the hell?
At this second hotel, would Daniel Garcia hit Dominic on other occasions?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury how?
Like I said, if he wasn't eating fast enough, he would put him in timeout for several hours throughout the day and pull him out, ask him questions. If he didn't answer the right way or to the manner that Daniel wanted the answer, he would put him back in timeout. He would lay him on the bed and hold him down and punch him.
Punch him where?
On his butt.
Did he ever punch him in his chest?
Yes.
How would he punch him in his chest?
He would have him standing in front of him and just punch him in the chest, like right here.
And those strikes, was that open hand or
It was closed hand.
so like a punch?
Yes.
What would Daniel tell you if you tried to intervene?
He would tell me not to undermine him while he was disciplining because it made me and him look weak. When I say him, I mean Daniel.
At that second hotel, do you recall Daniel biting Dominic?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Daniel was shoving his fingers in Dominic's mouth, and Dominic instinctively bit him. And so he turned around and grabbed him in the arm and bit him right back.
Did that leave a mark?
Yes, it did.
So, talk to me about, or explain to the jury the first time that you saw Daniel Garcia punch Dominic in the face. What did Dominic do after that punch?
He just lay there. Sorry. He just lay there after he got punched. I didn't see it coming. I don't know what provoked it. I was on the bed with the other kids and I don't remember what happened. It happened so fast. He just got punched in the face.
So, during this time, your mother, what's her name?
Surly.
She's still living in Florida?
Yes.
Would she call and check up on you?
Yes, she would.
And would she be able to talk to you and the kids?
No,
Why not?
because Daniel would make me wait and take the kids. He would take Dominic, Daniela, and Alexander downstairs and then be like, all right, you can pick up the phone now.
In evidence, State's Exhibit 5 is a surveillance video of hotel number 3. Do you remember hotel number 3?
Yes, I do.
And in that video, Dominic is shown and he's wearing a mask. Why is he wearing a mask?
Because of his jaw.
What was wrong with his jaw?
It was slanted a little bit, so he had the face mask on so people wouldn't notice his face.
At the third hotel, do you recall at any point if Daniel Garcia put his knee on Dominic's chest?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how and when that happened.
He laid him on the bed and put his knee on him with all his weight. Just like you could see it, like he made like a scene of it, like just kind of looked like he was bouncing on top of him to put all his weight on Dominic.
At that third hotel, was Dominic allowed to sleep on the bed?
No, he was not,
Why not?
because he was in timeout. So bed was considered a privilege.
And so you were there at the Hotel 3 for a few days. Where did Dominic sleep?
He slept on the floor next to the bed.
Where did you sleep?
I slept on the bed.
Did he have a pillow?
Yes.
A blanket?
Yes.
But he was never allowed to be on the bed.
No, he was, as long as he was in timeout, he was not allowed on the bed.
And so, did Dominic ever try to get on the bed?
Not in hotel number 3.
What about hotel number 2?
Yes.
And what happened when he got on the bed?
Daniel pushed him off the bed with his foot.
And in hotel 3, did Daniel ever kick him or use his feet against Daniel?
Not that I recall. I don't remember.
Were there times that Dominic was left in the hotel room by himself?
Yes.
Where would he be?
He would be in the bathroom.
Was he allowed to leave the bathroom?
No, he was not.
Permission to approach, Judge?
Go ahead.
Can I see State's signature? I have State's Exhibit 5 on the monitor, and I'm just going to go to July 20th, 2021, 3:43 p.m. Do you see what's on the monitor?
Yes. Yes.
That's pretty much the step on this side of the monitor.
And I'm gonna pause it right here at 3:44. Do you see everybody in this screen?
Yes, I do.
Who's on the screen?
It's Daniel, Dominic, myself, Alexander, Ivani, and Daniela.
Okay. And so the child coming up the stairs, who's that? The first
That's the first one is Daniela.
one? Okay. And then the child all the way at the bottom?
That's Dominic.
Okay. I'm gonna play it. going to fast forward it, Your Honor, to July 22nd, 2021, at 1:37 in the morning. I'm playing it. Who do we see on the screen right now?
Daniel and Dominic.
And it's just them two?
Yes.
And this is 1:37 in the morning? Now it's 1:42 in the morning. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniel and Dominic.
Is it just them two?
Yes.
What do you notice about Dominic's left hand right now? What's it holding?
He's holding his leg.
I'm going to fast forward to July 24th at 11:10 in the morning. All right, I'm playing it. July 24th. It's 11:09 in the morning. Now it's 11:10. Who do we see on the screen?
Me and my daughter Ivani.
I'm gonna pause it. At 11:11, you make a gesture. What gesture was that?
I was flicking him off. I was flicking off Daniel.
Okay. And so coming down the stairs, who do we see?
Daniel holding Daniela and then Alexander following behind.
Okay. I'm gonna play it. It's 11:11. It's 11:38. Y'all leave the stairwell. Who's missing?
Dominic,
Where was Dominic?
upstairs.
I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna fast forward it to July 24th, 11:59 a.m. Who do we see on the screen?
Me, Ivani, Daniela, Alexander, and Daniel.
It's been about 50 minutes since y'all were gone, give or take a few minutes. Who's missing?
Dominic.
Was Dominic still in the hotel room?
Yes.
I'm gonna fast forward it. July 24th, we're gonna go all the way to 6:38 PM. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniela, Ivani, Alexander, Daniel, and then me,
Who's missing?
Dominic,
Where's Dominic?
upstairs,
Where?
in the bathroom.
Let's go to 7:01 on July 24th. Who do we see?
Me and Ivani,
Is it just y'all two?
yes,
Where are you going?
upstairs
Upstairs where?
to the hotel room.
Who's in the hotel room?
Dominic,
Did you see someone who just peeked out?
yes,
Who's that?
Daniel,
I'm gonna fast forward it to 7:06. Who do we see?
me and Ivani,
Where's Dominic?
still upstairs.
Let's fast forward it to 8:05 PM, July 24th. Who we seeing?
Daniela, Ivani, Alexander, myself, and Daniel,
Where's Dominic?
upstairs in the room.
Let's fast forward it to 9:22 PM, July 24th. I'm playing it. Who do we see?
Me, Ivani, and Daniela. And then Daniel and Alexander,
Where's Dominic?
still upstairs.
Let's fast forward it to 9:55. Who do we see?
Daniela, Avani, me, Alexander, and Daniel.
What's Daniel carrying?
A box of pizza.
How many?
2.
What about in your arm? What are you carrying?
Soda.
Okay. So you go into the room. Is that where you're going?
Yes.
And is Dominic in the room?
Yes.
Did y'all eat?
Yes.
Did you eat?
Yes.
What did you eat?
Pizza.
What about Dominic?
No.
Why?
He wasn't allowed to eat.
What do you mean he wasn't allowed to eat?
It was one of the ways that Daniel would punish him.
When did he, I guess that punishment of not being allowed to eat, when did that start?
That started in hotel number 1.
So hotel number 1, Daniel says he's in trouble, so he's not allowed to eat.
Yes.
Hotel number 2, what did he eat?
He was eating when he wasn't in trouble, but when he wasn't allowed to eat.
And asked what was he eating?
Oh, the same thing that we were eating or whatever was in the room.
Okay. So over here in hotel 3, what was he eating?
Whatever was in the room. Cereal, mainly.
But this night,
There was pizza.
was he allowed to eat that pizza?
No, he was not.
Did he ask her?
I don't remember.
But you ate.
Yes.
Okay. Gonna fast forward it to July 25th. (12:11 a.m.) Who do we see?
Avani, Alexander, Daniela, myself.
Let's stop real quick. I rewind it a little bit.
Okay.
So, who's this person?
Avani.
What's she wearing?
She's wearing little shorts and a t-shirt.
And this is July 25th, 2021, and this was in San Antonio, Texas?
Yes.
Okay. So she's wearing shorts, a t-shirt. Okay. I'm gonna play it. We see to the far, I guess, left of the screen, or if you were looking at the screen, to the right of the screen, we see a young female child. Is that Daniela?
Yes, it is.
What's she wearing?
She's wearing a t-shirt as well with shorts.
Okay. And so let's go back to Ivani. Does she have anything on her face?
No, she does not.
What about Daniela? Does she have anything on her face?
No, she does not.
And then we see a little boy. Is that Alexander?
Yes, it is.
What's he wearing?
He's wearing a t-shirt and shorts.
Does he have anything covering his face?
No, he doesn't.
Is that you holding Daniela's hand?
Yes, it is.
Who's that?
That's Daniel and Dominic.
What's Dominic wearing?
He's wearing his hoodie, a face mask, and long pajama bottoms.
You want to play it? about 12 in the morning, and y'all walk out the exit. We keep it plain. Who's that?
That's Daniel with Dominic.
That's 12:16, so it's been about 4 minutes since you exited. What happened in the parking lot?
I was strapping the kids up in the car seats, and Dominic was last. He was closest to my door, and he started throwing up. Daniel said, "Oh shit, he's throwing up. I'm gonna take him upstairs." So he took him upstairs.
So it's 12:16 in the morning. So I'm gonna fast forward to 12:32 in the morning. So from 12:16 to 12:32 in the morning, that's 16 minutes. What were you doing?
I was waiting for them to get back. I was in the car with the rest of the kids.
What were you doing? Were you on your phone? What were you
Yes,
doing?
I was on my phone on social media, scrolling through.
Gonna play it? Who's that?
That's Daniel.
I'm gonna rewind it a little bit. It's at 12:32:31. Who do we see?
Daniel Garcia.
And do you notice, what do you notice about his pants?
They're wet.
Did you later find out why they were wet?
Yes,
Why?
because when he was upstairs with Dominic, he put Dominic in the shower.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
So I'm gonna stop it right there, 12:33. Who do we see?
Me,
Okay. What do you hold in your hand?
my phone.
What do you do with the phone?
I pass it to Daniel.
Why?
I don't know.
Did Daniel then start using your phone?
Yes, he did.
Would he call his mother from that phone?
Yes, he would.
Would he communicate with Samantha from that phone?
Yes, he would.
Do you remember what your phone number was?
954-683-0208.
That's 12:33, 12:34. Where are y'all going?
We are going upstairs.
Going upstairs where?
Going upstairs to the hotel room.
What did you see when you got into the hotel room?
I walked into the hotel room, into the bathroom, and Dominic was laying in the bathtub unconscious.
Do you remember how long you stayed in that hotel room before you left?
No, I do not.
My question?
Yes.
So that was about 12:33, 12:44. I'm gonna fast forward it to 1 in the morning. 1:01 in the morning. Who was that came down the stairs?
That's Daniela.
Who do we see?
Me and Ivani.
What are you doing with your hand?
I was rubbing my head.
Who else do we see?
Daniel and Alexander.
Where's Dominic?
He's not there.
Where is he?
He's in the bathroom upstairs.
Did you go outside thinking that he might wake up?
Yes, I did.
At any point, did yourself or Daniel Garcia call 911 or anybody?
No, we did not.
So I'm gonna fast forward it to 1:11 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me, Ivani, Alexander, Daniela, and Daniel.
Where y'all going?
We're going back upstairs to the room.
Where was Dominic when you went back into the room?
He was laying in the same place that I left him.
So now I'm gonna fast forward it to 1:53 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me, Daniela, and Daniel.
Where's Alexander and Ivani?
They were asleep.
And Dominic?
He was in the bathroom.
Fast forward to 2:15 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me, Daniel, and Daniela.
Fast forward into 3:05 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me and Daniel,
Where are the kids?
all asleep,
And Dominic?
still in the same place.
Fast forward into 3:12 in the morning. And I guess at this times that you guys went outside, like we just saw in the last clip, either one of you call 911 or
No, we did not.
fast forward to 3:12 in the morning. Who do we see?
Me and Daniel,
Where are you going?
back upstairs to the room.
I'm gonna fast forward it to 9:13 in the morning. So staying with y'all was Alexander and Daniela, right?
Yes.
The next day, did they get picked up?
Yes, they did.
Who picked them up?
Their mother, Samantha.
I'm gonna show you what something that's already been entered into evidence. That's exhibit number 1. State's exhibit 1. And could you tell the jury, this is from the hotel y'all stayed at, the one that we see in State's exhibit 5. What was the arrival date?
The arrival date was 7/20/2021.
And then departure date or checkout date, it was supposed to be what?
The 7/29/2021.
So right now, we're July 25th, 2021.
Yes.
Did y'all leave the hotel that day?
Yes, we did.
Who do we see?
Ivani, Daniela, myself, Daniel, and Alexander.
And Avani is your child, right?
Yes, she is.
And Daniel's now where? Do you know?
I believe he went, I don't know, upstairs.
He's not in the frame, right?
No.
And that door that we see with next to the number 1, does that lead to the lobby?
Yes, it does.
Okay. At no point do you go into the lobby and ask for help or anything like that,
I
right?
do not.
You sit there, right?
Yes, I do.
Just waiting, right?
Yes.
And was the plan for Samantha to come pick them up that morning?
Yes, it was.
Who texted Samantha to come pick them up?
Daniel texted Samantha
From what phone?
from my phone.
While Dominic was in the hotel room, did you
Yes.
change his clothes?
Yes, I did.
What clothes did you put on?
I put on his camouflage pants and a Baby Yoda blue Star Wars shirt.
Who do we see in the
Uh,
frame?
All of them?
Yeah, who's everybody?
Me, Ivani, Daniela, Alexander, and Daniel.
Did y'all exit the stairwell now?
Yes.
Where did you go? Do you remember?
I do not remember.
So y'all exited 9:16, and it's gonna. It's 9:27 in the morning. Who's coming up?
Me, Ivani, Alexander, Daniela, and Daniel.
Fast forward to 9:50 in the morning. Who's that?
That's Daniel.
What's he carrying?
He's carrying my suitcase and his suitcase.
Where are you?
I'm upstairs.
With the kids?
Yes.
At no point did you call
No, I did
Anyone?
not.
for help? You just waited in the room?
Yes, I did.
It's 9:52, 9:53. Who do we see?
Daniel.
Let's fast forward to 11:07. Who do we see?
We see Daniel.
And what's he doing?
He's on the phone.
Is that your phone?
Yes.
Let's go to 11:15 in the morning. Who do we see?
We see Daniel, myself, and Avani.
And at this time, has Alexander and Daniela, have they already been picked up?
Yes.
What are y'all carrying down?
The rest of the things that were in the hotel
Where's Dominic?
upstairs.
It's 11:18. Who do we see?
Avani, myself, and Daniel.
I'm going to fast forward it to 11:24. Who do we see on the screen?
Daniel and his 2 dogs.
Who's that?
That's Avani.
How old is Ivani at this time?
She's 3 years old.
Who's that carrying that basket?
Me.
I'll fast forward it to 11:28. At this point, were you in the car?
I was getting Avani in the car, yes.
Where'd you put her in the car?
In the back seat, in one of the booster seats.
Who did we see go up the stairs right now?
Daniel.
Fast forward to 11:32. Who do we see?
Daniel. And he's carrying Dominic downstairs
Where's he taking him?
to the car.
Fast forward to 11:36. And this is July 25th, 2021. 11:36 in the morning, is that correct?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's Daniel
What's he doing?
carrying stuff downstairs to the car.
Once Daniel carried Dominic to the car, where'd you put Dominic?
I put him in the other car seat, strapped him up.
Was Was he still unconscious?
Yes, he was.
And just so that we're clear, at no point in Hotel 1, 2, or 3 did you or Daniel Garcia call police, EMS, or the doctor?
No.
So once the kids are in the car, what was the plan?
To drive up to Colorado
Why?
to bury his body.
Whose idea was it to go to Colorado?
My idea.
Why'd you come up with that idea?
Because I had promised my kids that I was going to take them to Colorado so they could see the snow. And I don't know, it was in my head for some reason to leave him somewhere beautiful. It was beautiful there and I wanted him to be somewhere beautiful.
Did Daniel ever make a statement to you about why you couldn't call anybody for help?
Because they were going to take the kids away.
Did Dominic have bruises on his body?
Yes, he did.
Where were those bruises?
On his thighs, on his butt, on his chest, and right here.
What about his face?
Yes. It was discolored right around here.
And you testified about the jaw being crooked?
Yes.
Was it still crooked in Hotel 3?
Yes.
Who drove?
Daniel drove.
Do you know how to drive?
I do not.
Whose car were you in?
We were in Daniel's car.
And so we just saw everyone packed up and left. Where did you go?
We drove straight to Colorado.
Did you stop at a gas station?
Yes, we did. We stopped at a gas station and at a rest stop.
Okay. Let's talk about the gas station first. Did you ask anybody there for help?
No, I don't remember getting out of the car.
Did you get any snacks or anything?
No.
You just sat in the car. What about Daniel? What did he do?
Put gas in the car
How did you put gas in the car?
with the credit card. Not the credit, a debit card.
At the pump?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the rest stop, how long were you there at the rest stop? Do you remember?
Just overnight. We got there very late. It was already dark. And then we just stayed there for the night.
And then the next day, where did you go?
Kept heading north to Colorado, to the Rocky Mountains.
At any point, did y'all stop at a store to buy anything?
We stopped at a gas station and got coffee.
What about a Walmart?
Yes.
Do you remember where?
No, it was still in Texas. That's all I remember, but I don't remember exactly where it was. It was very isolated.
Did you get out of the car?
Yes, I did.
And did you walk inside the Walmart?
Yes, I did.
With who?
With Avani.
And who else?
That's it.
What'd you do in the Walmart?
I took her to the bathroom.
What about a shovel? You talked about a burial. What about a shovel?
He got out of the car at Walmart first, and he went to go pick up stuff for camping. He
Why
bought
camping?
because he wanted to go off the grid.
What do you mean by off the grid?
He wanted to go live in the woods for a year and then come back
And say what?
and say that Dominic got lost in the woods.
Okay. And so as a part of this supplies for camping, what were all the different things that were bought?
A couple of gallons of water, ramen, soup, a shovel, a rope, and a tent.
Okay. So as after that, did you continue to go north?
Yes, we did.
And what happened when you got to Colorado?
When we got to Colorado, we drove up to the Rocky Mountains and started looking for a place to park so that we could camp.
What about the different parks that are up there, national parks or state parks? Did you attempt to go to one of those?
I don't remember. I remember being at the Rockies.
At any point, did you encounter any park rangers or anything like that?
Yes, we did.
Could you explain to the jury how and when that occurred?
When we were pulling into one of the campsites, there was a ranger station, and we pulled up. He said that you needed to pay a fee, and so we didn't have the money, so we turned around and left. I was in the passenger seat and Daniel was driving.
And this park ranger, did he come up to your window?
No, he did not. He was in his station.
Okay. But y'all had your window down to
Yes.
communicate with him.
Yes.
And it was Daniel driving and you were in the passenger seat?
Yes.
And what about the kids?
They were in the back seat.
Ooh, which kids?
Avani was in the back seat with Dominic. He was strapped up in the car seat next to her.
At any point from what we saw in State's Exhibit 5 of Dominic on July 25th at around 12:18 in the morning to this point right here at the park ranger, did Dominic regain consciousness at any point?
No, he didn't.
And so at this point, did you or Daniel tell the park ranger about the fact that there is a child, your child, in the back seat that's unconscious?
No, he did not.
Okay. So after you found out that you needed to pay a fee to get into the park, what happened next?
We turned around and we left.
Where'd you go?
We continued to look around for a place to stay at. We were driving around the park for a couple of hours.
At some point, did you stop?
At the park?
No, stop driving.
Oh, yes.
Where?
On the way to Fraser, Colorado.
How do you, what significance is Fraser to you?
When I went in January, when I went with my friends on the trip to Colorado, that's where we stayed. And so when we couldn't find a location, I was like, I don't know Colorado very well, but I know of Fraser. We could go there. And so we were driving up there, and about 7 minutes before getting to Fraser, we stopped on the side of the road.
What exhibit am I on?
Number 10.
Oh, 10 is next.
10 is next.
Thank you. Can I approach witness?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10. You recognize State's Exhibit 10?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is where Dominic's body was left.
Okay.
That was.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the location of where you stopped to leave
Yes.
Dominic's body?
Yes, it is.
State moves to offer what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10 into evidence.
No further objection, Your Honor.
And permission to,
It's 10,
permission to publish, Judge? So we kind of see a State's Exhibit 10 on the screen. There's a tree in the background. There's a kind of like a cliff, and you can see, are those mountains?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So when you stopped there with the defendant, what did you do?
He got out of the car and scoped it out. Said this is the best place to leave him. By that point, he got paranoid,
Okay.
and
So what did you do?
I got out of the car and looked around,
And
and then he told me to get Dominic out of the car and put him somewhere.
when you say he told you, who told you?
Daniel told me.
Daniel Garcia?
Yes.
So you got Dominic out of the booster seat or car seat.
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to the edge of where that tree's coming out of, and I lowered him down.
Okay. You lowered him down.
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you about that location?
That it could be easily, he was exposed. You could see him if you walked up to the edge, you could see him there, so that he needed to be put somewhere where you couldn't find him.
Talked about one of the things that was purchased as the camping supplies was water jugs.
Yes.
What did the defendant tell you to do with those water jugs?
He told me to throw the water jugs down where Dominic was because maybe it would tip his body and cover him.
Did you get the water jugs?
Yes, I did.
What did you do with the water jugs?
I did what he told me to do.
What was that?
Throw them over the cliff
At what?
at my son.
At his body?
Yes.
You and I, we've met before.
Yes.
Did the water jugs hit his body?
No, they did not.
And when that was unsuccessful, what did the defendant do?
He went to the bag from Walmart, took out the rope that he bought, tied it to the steering wheel of the car, and tied it around his waist. And then he lowered himself down so that he could physically move Dominic's body and hide him.
Okay. So that the jury understands, he tied the rope to the steering wheel and lowered himself down. How did he get back up?
I helped him get back up by grabbing the rope and pulling it.
Aaron, you approach with the fence. After this, did you then flee the country?
Yes,
Where did you go?
we went to Costa Rica.
And did you go there in what vehicle?
And we went in his vehicle,
Whose vehicle?
in Daniel's vehicle.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes.
And so, going along those lines, are you saying to this jury that you can pinpoint an exact location of a person?
No, I can't pinpoint the exact location of a person, and primarily we can only tell you where a phone was in a general geographic location.
And based on the historical cell site, are you also able to tell where a particular cell phone is not?
Yes, you can often, if a phone is using the tower in San Antonio, I can tell you it's not in another state at that time.
And why is that?
Well, because that tower is only located in one place. It's a unique fingerprint for that network. So if the phone is using a tower in San Antonio, it has to be within that coverage area of those towers. And the networks are designed to provide coverage to a specific area. Now, it is radio frequency, so that does, there's no hard and fact lines on the ground that say this goes from one tower to the next. But if you're using a tower in Texas, you're not in Oklahoma or Florida or Louisiana.
And so, are you able to use the geographical, historical analysis of towers in other countries?
No, I can't. I don't have access to the tower list from other countries, but certain providers, in the case of AT&T, when a phone goes into another country, it will list what's called the tower identifier. And the first 6 digits of a tower identifier are the mobile country code and the mobile network code. So by using that country code and comparing it to a list of known, that they're listed and published open on the internet and everywhere else, you can then identify what country the phone was in. And oftentimes AT&T will tell you the provider at the end of that as well. So you can use that information.
And in this case, did you analyze a cellular telephone number of 954-683-0208?
I did, yes.
And then did you then produce a report?
I did, yes.
And then did you have an opportunity to look at that report, a copy of that report today?
Yes, I did.
Approach the witness, Judge.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11. Do you recognize this?
I do. It's a DVD that says cast report, and it has the FBI file number on there, and then my initials on it.
And is this a true, correct copy of your report for the historical cell site data analysis?
Yes, it is.
Oh. State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11 into evidence, Judge.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
State's 11 is admitted.
Oh, permission to publish, Judge.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, we have no further objections.
Okay, so let me get on the good side of this. All right, we talked about cell towers. What do we see on page 3 of your report?
Page 3 just kind of gives you a visual depiction of the different type of towers you see out there. You have some hidden pretty well, as in a cactus. Some not so well in the ugliest tree in America on your far right over there. And then most common in Texas are your typical tower you see, the metal pole with the antenna. It looks like a triangular structure on it. And then also down below that you'll see there's towers that are affixed to buildings and other structures that are already in place.
Okay, so like a water tower or just a downtown building or something?
Yes, and you'll see them here in San Antonio quite a bit as you're driving down 410. You'll see a bunch of them on the side of buildings that are already in existence.
And based on population density, are there more or less towers based on how many people live in a certain area?
There's more towers in a higher density area, such as an urban environment or in a city. And the more rural you get, the less towers there are because there's just less people to serve.
So what do we see in page 4 of your report? What's this tell us?
Well, this just gives you kind of a top-down view of that normal tower you see with the triangle. If you look straight down on top of it, you see that the tower is typically broken up into 3 sectors. Those 3 sectors are covered approximately 120 degrees each, providing the full 360 degrees of coverage. For example, the sector 1 in this, indicated by the red on the facing north, in the records you'll see an azimuth or an orientation. That's the center of that sector. So in this case, we use sector 1 for example here. It would be 0 degrees, or true north here, and then you would go 60 degrees either side of it to create your 120 degree wedge to approximate that coverage area.
So let's go to page 6. What are we looking at here, page 6?
Page 6 is what you'll see on the map when a cell phone has used a tower. I display it with a wedge and then that little bit of an arc shaded area there. That shows that the phone utilized that particular tower in that sector. Important to note is the wedge and then the actual shaded area is not the coverage area of the tower. It's just to show you that that's the general direction that the radio frequency is projecting from that tower.
I guess how far can a tower's coverage cover?
That depends on the environment it's in, how many other towers are nearby. If you're in a really rural area, towers can be 20 miles apart, so the coverage can be 10 miles or so. If it's in an urban environment, and the towers are only a half mile apart, well, obviously your coverage area is going to be more along the lines of, a quarter of a mile to 4/10 of a mile, something like that, depending on all the other obstructions that might be in the way.
And so, just to illustrate for the jury, if someone makes a call, let's say in an urban area, could the call initiate on one tower and then maybe end on a separate tower?
Yes, it could.
And how does that work?
For example, if you're in this building here and you place a call, your phone is constantly looking for the best signal. So when you initiate a phone call, the key part is the phone is making that decision as to what tower it uses because it's the best signal it sees at the time. But once the call's in session, it relinquishes much of that control over to the network side of the house. But the phone still has to see a tower and be in a usable signal strength. It can't just pass it off to a tower 5 miles away when there's 10 towers between it. It's not going to do that. But if you're walking around here and you make a call, it might use a tower this way. By the time you get to the door, it could use a tower the other direction based on this signal strength.
And so what do we see on page 7? What's that?
This is what you'll see in the maps. You'll see a network interaction dialog box, and this just generally tells you what you'll be observing. In the blue line where it says CID, that is the tower identifier. It's either going to be an eNode B or a cell ID depending on the technology. 4G would be eNode B, a 3G technology will be a cell ID. It's just a number that matches up to the tower list somewhere. And then it shows your date, your target phone, the time of the interaction, and then the type of the call, whether it's an incoming or outgoing call or text or a data session.
And so right here we see on page 8 a map with a bunch of dots. And let me zoom that out just a little bit. What do we see here?
This is our general overview of the sites of interest that were provided to me by the investigators. One being the green flag down on the bottom towards which you would, if you didn't see all those blue dots, it would be San Antonio. That's the Wood Spring Suites at 6922 I-35 in San Antonio. And then the red flag way up on the top of the map, that is where the body was found, and that provides you the latitude and longitude of that location. And each of those blue dots is an AT&T cell tower. And it really goes to illustrate the urban area versus the rural area. You can see as you get into southeast New Mexico, there's not a whole lot out there for as far as cell coverage goes.
And so we see the phone number of 954-683-0208. And we have a map here from July 24th, 2021 to July 25th, 2021. What is this showing us here?
Yeah, so this is showing you between that time period of 11:12:06 p.m. on the 24th through 12:01:12 p.m. On the 25th. It's showing you the general geographic location of that phone. You can see it used 4 different towers during that time frame. Now, I did not map every interaction during that time frame because you'd have wedges and call-out boxes everywhere where you wouldn't even see. The map would be completely covered by these little blue and white boxes everywhere. But this is the general area of where the phone was during that entire time.
And so on page 10, we see a map that starts with a number 1 and then goes up to 6. What's that showing us?
Yeah, this map is to show the travel of the phone from the San Antonio area up into around the Denver, Colorado area. And that was, I believe it was between July 25th at around 12:24 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The phone does cross into Mountain Daylight Time during that travel. And then you can see at number 1 in chronological order going up. That's points along that route that I chose to show the travel. Obviously, I didn't show every mapping of every interaction on this device as well during this time frame because that would be way too many. This map is strictly to show you that the phone moved from San Antonio to Denver. In particular, number 4, where it says CID 471769, you see that there's 2 entries there. One at 12:18:22 a.m. where a data session initiated at that time. And then one at 4:39:32 a.m. where another data session initiated at that time. I only showed that in that instance because there were several sessions between those times, all using that same tower, just to show that the phone was in the, generally a stationary area for a significant period of time during the travel. It didn't continue along its way.
Until it then comes, and then you've mapped it out at number 5.
Correct. Then number 5 showing that it's up just north of Colorado Springs, and then of course number 6 at 10:29:09 a.m. It's just north of the Denver, Colorado area.
And then let's go to page 11. We got another map. What does that show us?
Page 11 is on July 26th, 2021, between 4:41 and 4:41:59 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time and 5:03:10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. You can see that the phone used the tower labeled 384124, which is that sector on the north or the top of the map, with the sector facing to the southeast. Utilized it 6 times, it looks like, between 4:41 and 4:42. And then it also utilized the tower on the bottom of the map that is facing up to the northwest, and that was at 5:03:10 p.m. that it initiated that data session. Well, that data session began. When I say initiated, I can't say that the phone generated it or whether it was something coming to the phone from the network. I can't say that somebody actually did anything with it.
And we see the dots, the blue dots, which indicate the cell towers. Those are kind of not as many as they are in San Antonio.
Yes, you can see there's only on that map 5 or 6 towers that you can see, and that's a pretty zoomed out map. The map the tower to the north that it utilizes is roughly 2.8 miles, I think, from where the body was found, and then the one on the south side of the map, or the bottom of the map, is roughly just over 9 miles from where the body was found.
And so then we go to page 12. We see a 1 going down all the way to 5. What does that show us?
This is kind of the reverse of the map we saw 2 slides ago. We're now showing the phone traveling from Denver back into Texas. 1 being showing the phone in Denver. 2, you can see, if you notice, that CID is the exact same number of the tower that the phone used when it was there for a long time on the travel up. It did the same thing on the travel back, where it was stationary for a little over, 8 hours or so?
And so here we show between those 2 data sessions, it's 10 p.m. to 6 in the morning. So that's about almost 8 hours, or about 8 hours.
Yes.
And when we go back to page 10, which was data session number 4 that's mapped out, we see a 12:18 a.m. and then a 4:39, so that's around 4 hours.
Correct, and when I say stationary, I mean using that tower, so it can move within the coverage area of that tower, but hasn't continued its travel, up north or south on slide 13, or 12 would be south.
And then as it comes down, we go to page 13. What does that show us on page 13?
Well, page 13 is from July 28th, or on July 28th, 21, from 1:18:32 p.m. Central Daylight Time through 6:31 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And that just, once again, I didn't map everything during that time frame because it would be too voluminous again. This just shows you that the phone was in and around the Eagle Pass area throughout that period of time. And actually, prior to 6:31, the phone did actually use towers in Mexico, sometime in the 5 o'clock hour. That doesn't mean the phone was in Mexico or the United States. It's quite common on the border for a phone, depending on how close it is to the border, switch to a Mexico tower or stay on an AT&T United States tower.
And like we discussed previously, because you don't have the locations of towers in other countries, you're not able to do that same type of map in other countries, is that right?
That's correct. I can just tell you that it was using towers in that country.
Okay. At some point, did it begin to use towers in other countries?
It did. Almost immediately after that, it started using towers in Mexico and then continued through South or Central America and finished up in Costa Rica.
Okay. Back to this. This Hotel 6922 off I-35, the Wood Springs Suites, is that here in Bear County,
Yes, it
in
is.
the state of Texas?
Yes, it is.
And based off your analysis, from the records, you have personal instructions? Good question. Handing you up to mark the State's Exhibit 12. What are these?
These are first 10 pages of the AT&T mobility report that I used in my analysis.
Okay. And are these a true and correct copy of the AT&T mobility report that you used?
Yes, for the first 10 pages. Yes.
For the first 10 pages. Yeah. Obviously, they're pretty voluminous, but these are the first 10 pages.
Yes, I believe it was 475 pages, roughly.
State moves to admit Mr. Marcus State's Exhibit 12.
So further objections, Your Honor.
States 12 is admitted.
And I can't recall, I did admit States 11, is that right, Chris?
Yes.
Okay. Based on this report from AT&T Mobility Records, were you able to look at a date range and the number of times that this phone number of 954-683-0208 interacted with a phone number of 305-505-5049?
Yes.
And so that number, the 305 number, from the date of July 20th, 2021 to July 24th, 2021, how many times did this phone number, 954-683-0208, how many calls or interactions were there?
There were none.
And then from the date of July 25th, 2021 to July 31st, 2021, how many times did this phone number, 954-683-0208, interact with the phone number of 305-505-5049?
There were 29 interactions in the records. Of those, 5 of them had 0 elapsed time, so that would probably be closer to 24 actual phone calls.
Pass, please.
We have no questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Agent Lawrence.
Thank
You
you.
are excused. Ladies and gentlemen, let's do the exercise again where you go wait for me in the hallway while I get over with this.
All right, we adjourn. Dominic's body,
Yes,
and then you helped Daniel come back up.
yes.
What happened after that?
He asked me to go to the edge to see if I could find Dominic's body. I went to the edge. I couldn't see it. I told him no. And then we got in the car and drove off, same way that we came in.
What was the plan after that?
The plan was up in the air. It wasn't to go, it wasn't to flee, it was to hide out
Where?
in the woods.
But at what point did you abandon that plan?
The following day, that day, after leaving Dominic's body, we drove back south and we found a nature park and stayed there for the night. And then in the morning we woke up and that's when he just started driving south to the border.
What did y'all talk about?
I don't remember.
So as he was driving to the border, where were you going?
To the border. He was going down to the border. I remember him telling me that I needed to stop having all contact with my family, with my mother, to drop off the face of the earth, and that he was gonna take care of me and Ivani.
At what point did y'all decide to go to Mexico?
It just happened. We were in Eagle Pass. He drove all the way down to Eagle Pass and we just crossed. We never talked about it. We just crossed.
And when you crossed, were you awake?
Yes, I was.
Explain to the jury kind of the process of crossing the border.
We're in the car and they stop you, do an inspection, and then you get back in the car and keep driving.
So you got stopped in Mexico?
In the border,
Okay.
yes.
And at this point, did you say anything to anybody about what has happened?
No, I did not.
At any point, did you or Daniel say anything to anybody there about what y'all did in Colorado?
No, we did not.
So after that was done, the inspection was done, where did you go?
We were in Mexico at Piedras Negras, which is a town there, and we drove around for a while. He asked me if I wanted to go back to the States, but I told him that I couldn't go back because I didn't have proper documentation to return. I didn't have my passport. I only had my green card, and you need 2 valid pieces of ID. So he was like, all right, no problem, we'll stay here. And we went to a place where they validate your car. They give you like a pass. So we went there. We spent the majority of the day there. And then once it started getting dark, we just found a hotel and stayed there at the hotel for the night.
One of the things that you testified about was y'all were low on funds.
Yes.
And now you've crossed into Mexico and are getting documentation and then a hotel. How did you get those funds?
I was asking my mom for funds because I told her that we had crossed. So.
What did you tell her exactly?
I had told her that we had to leave the state because DJ, my daughter's biological father, his mother was trying to take the kids from me. And so we fled the state for that reason.
May I approach Judge with defense?
Yes.
How long did you stay in Mexico?
We were in Mexico for about a week, give or take a couple days.
And then, after that week, what was the plan?
To go to Costa Rica
Why?
because he wanted to stay in Mexico and I didn't want to stay in Mexico, so I told him that if we went to Costa Rica, my dad would help us.
And your father is, was he born in Costa Rica?
Yes, he was.
And where were you born?
I was born in Costa Rica as well.
At that time, where was he living?
My
Your
father?
Yes, your father.
My father was living in a small village in the mountains. I don't know the name of it.
Did you all eventually make the trip down to Costa Rica?
Yes, we did.
How'd you get there?
In Daniel's car.
Who drove?
Daniel drove.
Who was with you?
Daniel and Avani and his dogs.
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is the back of Daniel's car.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Daniel's car?
Yes, it is.
Okay. State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13 as evidence.
No further objection, Your Honor.
Stage 13 is admitted.
So, you drove through Mexico, well, as a passenger in
Yes.
Daniel's vehicle. When you got to Guatemala, how did you cross the border?
We couldn't cross the border because he didn't have his passport and I didn't have mine either. So he was in contact with his mother and he had his mother send his passport through mail. That took a couple of days, so we were in the border of Mexico and Guatemala for a couple of days.
And how do you know he was in contact with his mother?
He was using my phone.
And did you overhear him in conversation with his mother?
Not really. I heard him once or twice on the phone asking her for money, and he did let her know that Dominic was no longer with us.
How do you know, what did he say with that, with regard to Dominic?
His words were "El socio ya no está aquí," which means he's no longer here. The word socio is a slang term. But yeah.
So then when you cross into Guatemala, you'll still have the vehicle?
Yes, we do.
And how'd you, what happened next?
We kept on driving. We would drive all day, and then once it started to get dark, we would find a hotel and stay at the hotel.
So you've driven as a passenger from Colorado down to Mexico. You stayed a week in Mexico and are now driven through Mexico and in Guatemala, staying at various hotels. During this time, were you intimate with the defendant?
Yes, I was.
In what way?
We had intercourse.
After Guatemala was the next country. Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Did you get to another country though?
Yes, we did.
And how did you get to that other country?
By then, there were coyotes, which are people that help you pass from one border to another illegally. and I didn't have my passport, so my mom was sending me money so that I could cross the border illegally with my daughter.
And did you do that across multiple borders?
Yes, I did.
And during this time, you were in communication with your mother?
Yes, I was.
Did she ask about Dominic?
She asked about the kids. I would just tell her that they were good, but she's at a point she stopped pushing to talk to them herself because I wouldn't let her.
So crossing these borders, you didn't have your passport with you, so you had to cross through a facilitator or a coyote.
Yes.
Finally, from Nicaragua to Costa Rica, how did you cross?
There we had gotten stopped right before hitting the border, and I guess they notified the border patrol, and so we had to pay like $300 or something like that so that they could pretend that I was crossing north instead of coming south. And they escorted me from the Nicaragua deportation center to the center in the immigration center in Costa Rica.
And did you meet up with Daniel in Costa Rica?
Yes.
And did he still have his vehicle in Costa Rica?
Yes, he did.
And that's the same vehicle that we see in States Exhibit 13?
Yes, it is.
And when you arrived in Costa Rica, where did y'all go?
We went to my dad's house.
And who was living there at your dad's house?
My dad and a co-worker of his, because they took care of a property. The property that my dad was living at, they took care of the property.
And do you have other family members that live in Costa Rica?
All my family on my mom's side and all my family on my dad's side, except for my immediate family, which are my mom and my 2 siblings.
So who's Desiree Aguilar?
That's my aunt. She's the youngest sibling that my dad has.
Did you see her in Costa Rica?
Yes, I did.
And did she see you and Daniel in Costa Rica?
Yes, she did.
So when you got to Costa Rica, you show up and it's yourself, Daniel, and Ivani.
Yes.
Were you asked about Dominic?
Yes, I was. I had first told them that Dominic got sick and we had to leave him with a friend in San Antonio. And then...
Why'd you say that story?
Because I didn't know what else to say. My mom was asking where he was and I was paranoid. And so that's what I said. And then when we got to my dad, I told him the story that Daniel had told me to tell him.
What was the story Daniel told you to say?
That we were on our way to go get pizza with the kids and Dominic fell sick, started throwing up in the side of the car. And so Daniel took him upstairs, took my son Dominic upstairs so that he could throw up in peace upstairs. And then that's where he became unconscious, and then Daniel came back downstairs to get me.
At no point during this time did you say the true story?
No, not at that time.
Okay. Where was, during this time in Costa Rica with Daniel, how long did you, where did you stay? Let's say that.
We stayed at my dad's house, and we were there. We got there on the 12th or on the 13th of August of 2021, and we stayed there until the 18th.
Member Church.
Yes.
show me what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14. You recognize this?
Yes,
Who's that?
that is Daniel.
Is that a picture of Daniel?
Yes.
And where's that picture taken?
That is inside of the house that my dad takes care of,
Is that
where
in,
he's living.
is that in the country of Costa Rica?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of Daniel in Costa Rica in August of 2021?
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 14 into evidence.
No further objections,
States 14 is admitted.
Permission to publish it?
Yes.
So publishing to the jury, what do we see on State's Exhibit 13?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, that's Daniel's car.
And then what do we see in State's 14?
That's Daniel himself inside of my dad's place.
So, you testified about your mom residing in Florida.
Yes.
And your dad lived in Costa Rica.
Correct.
At some point, did your mom show up in Costa Rica?
Yes, my mom showed up there the day before I got there. Excuse me. She didn't tell me that she was showing up. She wanted to surprise me and the kids, and she had brought a suitcase with clothes for us.
Did she eventually confront you?
Can we brush?
Yes.
At some point, did she confront you about where Dominic was in Costa Rica?
She did. The first night that we got to my dad's house, I told my dad the story, and the following morning we called my mom and told her that Dominic was no longer alive.
Sustained. I cannot say what other people have told me.
You cannot say, excuse me, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Well, I didn't hear.
I told her she cannot repeat what other people told her.
The question elicited what she told her mother.
It's an out-of-court statement, right? What's
It's
the
not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted because it was a lie.
I still sustained it.
Did you lie to your mother?
Yes, I did.
At a certain point, did the FBI get involved? Julian Igualdad.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember speaking with him?
Yes,
And did you lie to him also?
I did.
At this point, when you were speaking to Julian, an FBI agent in Central America, had you and Daniel parted ways?
Yes, we had.
Your questions?
Yes.
And then, so you were in communication in interviewing with the FBI agent Julian Igualata. And at around this time, Daniel, did he leave Costa Rica?
No, he was under arrest at that moment.
Judge, they leave that.
Yes.